Okay, test. Let's turn that down. Testing, 1, 2, that looks like it's good. Go to the screen, how does this look? This looks okay. Hello, welcome to the stream. I think Scott is cooking up his dinner. Better hurry up. Scott. Oh gosh, I'm a mess here. Scott, get your butt over here. Everything's a mess right now. Scott, get here. Get your butt over here. Jeez, where are you? You're late. Rude. Very rude. How dare you do this? It's very rude. How could you do this? How could this happen to me? I've made my mistakes. God is late. I cannot believe. Okay, well, whatever. He's taking too long. Now I'm getting impatient. Let me go and bring up the game. Let's turn off that music. Doopa-doo-dee-dee-dee-da. Go to this screen. Wow, professional. Last time on Ace Attorney, we are still defending our good buddy, Mr. Natsumi, Sozado-san. He is yet again being, I guess framed? Not really framed. The last one who wasn't framed, it was just they don't really have any other suspects. I guess the same kind of thing here, but I think he is kind of being framed for, poisoning his downstairs neighbor, but we think the downstairs neighbor may have tried to fake poison himself in order to then put the blame on Mr. Atsumi to get him put in jail, and then he would be kicked out from the house, so then he would have the middle room of the building because there might be a secret treasure there. So that's fun. Yay, secret treasure. There's still a lot of things I don't know. What are you doing? Scott. Why not? Where are you? Why are you not in chat? Where are you? Scott. Scott. There you are. Okay. You are in CHT? Good. Okay. Great. Good to know. And so 2 seconds ago, you weren't in audio. What? Right. Atheists? What are you talking about? You're going crazy. I don't know what you're talking about, man. I'm memeing. Are you? Okay. If you say so. Anyway. We're defending Mr. Natsumi. But seriously, I couldn't hear you until you said get in chat. Really? But that doesn't sound right. No, because my microphone thing was still going. So, I don't know what's your problem. Sure. Except my microphone thing says it. My little bar thing says it could hear me, so we'll see about that. I have this all recorded. I know, I can check it. I can check it. Anyway, we're defending Mr. Natsumi. Mr. Shamspear seemed to have been poisoned, but we think maybe he poisoned himself. We don't really know. He is a murderer, though. He murdered the tenant who was living in Mr. Natsumi's room before... was living in Mr. Natsumi's room before Mr. Natsumi moved in. And he was murdered, and he was also the fiance of Miss Green, who was involved in the other case with Mr. Natsumi, where she was stabbed in the back. But now there's a lot of questions going on. I'm wondering, was she actually accidentally stabbed in the back by Mrs. the lady who owns the house? Or was it actually Shamspear? That's what I'm wondering actually right now. If it actually was Shamspear who stabbed her. Don't know. Because she was there on that street. Which was very suspicious thinking about it. Like, why was she there? She doesn't live over there. Her fiance did. Before he was murdered. So, you know. But anyway, enough of that. Let us continue. Okay, 23rd February, 11:32 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Joyful, jubilant, jumping jacks. Oh, Mr. Natsumi, I'm so pleased for you. Locum student is Naruto Esquire, and non-locum judicial assistant is Mikotoba Esquires. I don't remember what's happening right now. I think we basically proved that he's innocent, but there's still some questions going on about what happened. I don't remember. Something. Now, finally, at long last, it can be proved. Prove that I'm innocent. Prove that mate is innocent. Good morning, my dear fellows. May you drink your tepid tea and fall forever silent. I thought the tea was innocent. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came. How wonderful. Please think your derision? I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says. Well, it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your face. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought, tomorrow, for once I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, doesn't it not? Oh, yes. And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why, time after time, do they make the same foolish blunder? So you were up all night. It's good thing he's self-employed, yeah. Good thing he's a self-employed, famous detective. So what he's basically saying is he stayed up all night, wondering about how could he possibly, like, what? Yeah. About oversleeping. And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep Because they sleep. Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter? Oh, yes. Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink at night. And the results? By first light, I was exhausted. Began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. So he stayed up all night. Because he's like, well, if I don't sleep, I don't oversleep. Gotcha. Yep, you sure got them. You sure got him. And so the conclusion of last night's experiment is, a good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already. What others propose, I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method. I don't know, that's not how that works, but okay. Oh, yes, one more thing. Do you remember this? Ah. Yes, of course, it's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to... That was a laborious task, as the bottle was nearly empty. But such inconveniences do not hinder shrooms. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnine. Aha. So it is the same poison that was, assumed that was used on good old Mr. Sham. Mr. William Shakespeare. So I was right. Perhaps, though of course such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. I'm not gonna lick any part of the bottle, thank you. Bottle poison has been entered into the court record. Thank you. Could I have a word? Ooh, who's this? Gregson. Gregson, how good of you to come. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, shut up. Bottle poison. Ah, yes. Let's lick it. Wait a minute, Inspector. Come back. Oh, you need his chips. I want to make a nuisance of myself. From the look of on your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend that I'm not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me. Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Shakespeare's room? Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, no. Tell me about something else. That dead convict, actually. Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shakespeare's room? A man by the name of, yes, Selden. I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in there that, caught my eye. I can't do a British accent. Hold on, is there a thing that's like, how to do a British accent? Move laws, nothing new about you. Huh. Interesting. When I looked that up, it actually gave, like, instructions of how to, like, position your, like, mouth and stuff, which is very interesting. Something caught your eye. What, Inspector, what? I've copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves. Thank you. A capital offender's file has been entered into the court record. These documents include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shakespeare's room. I'll rearrange everything in the court record so we don't have to have duplicate information. Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though? That's a good point. Okay, let's see. Investigative findings related to Selden. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder, died of natural causes while in prison. His final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. I wonder who his cellmate was. The esteemed £1,000 worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. Manchester's Strange Ways prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Okay. Well, you're the ones who turned up. I keep trying to do a New York accent. You're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? I'm just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion. Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows, and the inspector here has a shining diamond in its crown. Gregson, always the yeah. Shining diamond in the rough, maybe. Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer. That's all. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way into the courtroom at once. Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all. Certainly not. Sure. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in floods of tears. Personally, so the best of luck to you. No concerning Mr. Naruto, Esquire. You're supposed to answer me? It's time, isn't it? Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shakespeare. This is going to be the final battle. I won't really have saved Suzuki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Runosuke. You have to. Alright. Let's go to trial! 23rd of February, 12:30 p.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense. Namely, that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident. Reckless, rash, and prededuced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious Eastern shores. Thank you for that backhanded consideration. A rather good assessment from the Honorable British Prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Vincent, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand? Ready and waiting in the witnesses and bishop, my lord. Very well, bailiff, bring the witnesses in. It's gonna be fun. Oh boy, what two very colorful characters. Witnesses, state your names and occupations with please. William Shakespeare, my liege. For mine occupation, I can only say that I will be a tragic victim, to be pitied. Currently unemployed, in other words.
I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. No, not a fledgling. Really, a hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose.
Aw. That's so me. That's so sad, Green. Don't say that. Also currently unemployed, in other words. Jeez. Jeez, antics. What a... Courtney. I was lowering a fancy's burning shares for being unemployed. That's sure, yeah. But that was so weird saying that to Miss Green. She was so sad. Mr. Shakespeare. My lord, I am thy humble servant. Yeah, Ben Six is savage today. He is out to kill today. I think he's had enough of Mr. Natsumi. I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. Possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lord. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you. I would for naught else, my lord. And Miss Green.
Yes?
You are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume?
Yes, the officer did explain. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon.
And? Do you accept the charge, Miss Green?
I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man.
Come, lady, die to live. Verily, I know thy prickly, pea-pigmented personage. Very well, let us proceed with the matter at hand. That meaning to discern whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair.
It's all very strange. Very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me?
'Cause you had a bottle of poison in your room?
I barely ever go to the East End anyway. So it happens that I passed by the neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in hospital, fighting for my life.
Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Garrett household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days.
I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion. What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing.
Your urgencies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green. At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shakespeare's lodgings is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened.
Oh no! The incident 6 days ago. You mean you want me to relive that awful accident?
Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shakespeare. What happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned. Sure is that. Let's proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court. Yeah, sure I wasn't involved. On the subject of the incident that took place on Prairie Road the evening of the 17th of February. The evening of 17th February.
It was 6 days ago. About 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back.
Okay, hold on. I want to look at something. What does it say? Okay. Look at this. That's something from your books. Okay. Cause didn't Shakespeare say something about he was going to meet somebody for dinner at some place? Wonder if he was.
Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the man, in this case, had their lodgings.
I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoken my supper.
It was the first time I've been in the area. I had a little matter to tend up to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all of this business.
Yes, second incident inside a week, at what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume that this is a most unfortunate coincidence. Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shakespeare. It was the following morn, when I did awaken, that I learnt of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine. When Suzuki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. As suspected, there was nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance. It's true, it does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance, but I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here, I feel certain of it. And this is my one and only chance to expose it. Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses, if you please, if you wish. Yes, my lord. Alright, it is cross-examinate! Alright. So, it was 6 days ago at about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. I'm well acquainted with the case. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. And I woke up to find that the case had been solved and the culprit arrested.
Yes, the incident had been resolved already. Perhaps it would help you to consider it a bad dream that ended with your awakening, and should not be forgotten.
Yes, I suppose so. Thank you.
But before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. You must have recorded exactly what happened that day for us to arrive at the truth about this new case.
Trouble is, there's nothing to tell, really. I was just walking along the pavement. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings.
Honestly, I think this Green is really cute. I think she's really cute. Her character. I don't know. Maybe because I'm an artist. And, oh no, the voice I decided to give her makes her sound super sweet, so... I'm just like, oh, she's so sweet! She's so cute! I love her! I don't know. Something about it. What were you doing there on that day, though?
What do you mean?
The art school you attend, what's it called?
Yes, it's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts.
According to Mr. Sholmes, it's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is some 10 stops away from the scene on the underground. I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road, isn't that right? So why then would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End?
Well, it's because, oh yes, of course. I thought it might make a nice picture.
Witness is a student of art. City-dwelling artists can't paint grand urban vistas.
That's right. I happen to like the crumbling look of that part of town.
Perhaps quaint would have been a less grating term. The point is, she's definitely hiding something. Yes, it seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth. If she's trying to hide why she was there that evening, it must mean there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. And you, Mr. Shakespeare, on the evening of the incident 6 days ago, would you tell the court what exactly you were doing? It would be my pleasure, sire. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoken my supper. Okay. A tavern, you say? Which one? 'Twas the slug and salad where I did hurry to the jewel in the East End. And a little unexpected, I feel. What do you mean, Lord Van Six? Oh. The slug and salad offers unusually fine dining. For the locality, at least. Not an established you expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room. Ooh. It's true, the menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water and different levels of cloudiness. And different levels of cloudiness? Alright. I would like one that does not have any cloudiness, thank you very much. Cloudiness. Pretty. Yeah, premium. I would have expected Grub's Grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather, soupy water and pea-like mush. Jeez! One premium glass of cloudy water or something. Yeah. And geez, Van Zeke's out here being classist over here, being like, oh, the poor, eating the poor supper in the poor restaurants. A man who is unemployed and poor could simply never dine. Which I do understand that is a bit of a suspect, but that's a bit much. Watery soup and mushy peas. You don't know that. They might make an excellent soup and excellent peas. You don't know, man. All equally appetizing. I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? How different can water really be? Or perhaps there's more plausible explanation. A specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment? Agreed. The fact that on the day of all days he dined at a place he wouldn't normally, it does stand out. So Mr. Shakespeare's own actions on the day of the incident 6 days ago are slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions. Wait. Hold on. Let me do a savey save, because maybe it's that letter thing? I don't know. Oh wait, I gotta do. What's on evidence? Mr. Samspear. Yes, sire. On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize, for a very particular reason? I don't know what you're talking about, but lying about has some purpose begins. Very well, I will present the court with evidence. Well, I have evidence in the way you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day, namely... I feel like that's wrong. Yeah. I think that's wrong. Okay. Okay, not the moment. No, I don't think I have anything. I wish we did, but suddenly I can't think of anything at the moment. If we find a clue that could explain why Mr. Shamsby went there, we must present it to the court. Yes, absolutely. That is all in this matter. So I would ask Miss Green to reiterate her next statement. Okay.
It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had little matter to attend to, that's all.
Okay. What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate.
It was nothing really. It's not worth mentioning.
If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. It was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hit something behind her back. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross.
What does that matter? This has nothing to do with Duncan.
Oh? You got something to say, bud?
Excuse me.
Mr. Shamspear, do you have something to share with the court? To be or not to be, that is the question. Ah, pray forgive me, the great bard's words springeth from within me with near thought. Don't tell me. It's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps? Well, nay, sire, it was nothing at all. Presumably you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house. I would it were so, but sadly no. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me. So you haven't heard of him? Even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours? Miss Green.
Of me, my lord? Have I done something wrong?
The card that was mentioned before, containing a note, to have it upon your person.
I do, yes, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really.
For your disposal, the court will take it as evidence, please. Alright, we got our evidence full here. Of course, that's what links Mr. Shamspear and Miss Green. Yep, let me see. Look at that, please, and thank you. Okay, I'm just gonna... No, I just want to... The envelope has been ripped rather carelessly, hasn't it? Miss Green strikes me as the type of to open correspondence more neatly than that. What is it? The way the envelope is torn. I'm almost sure I've seen the exact same shape somewhere else. Oh, you don't mean... Were you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruto? Exactly, that's it. Try to match them up. Wow! They go together perfectly. This torn off edge end of the envelope clearly belongs to this card. Alright. Okay, can we like read the actual note part? Or no? Okay. Okay. Now we got that. It's Duncan Ross. Now continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green.
Anyway, I was headed straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all of his business.
Okay, press. Yes, you didn't regain consciousness until the day after the trial, did you? In the early hours.
Exactly. So how could I have had anything to do with it? And yet you still hold me in here to court like this, honestly.
So at the time of the poisoning, the witness was unconscious in her hospital bed. Could there be a more airtight alibi, I ask you?
And yet, in spite of that, you claim that I was the culprit?
Well,
But you certainly haven't produced any evidence to support your well claim, have you? None at all.
There you have it. The good lady has yet to see evidence my Lord Neopanies for it. I'm working on it. So I will point out here that the jury's next decision will be final. We're really up against the wall here. Okay. Okay. Oh, Mr. Naruto, you pursued Mr. Shamspear wonderfully there. It worked out well, hasn't it? We have a new clue at last. Alright, now I need to pull off a really insightful objection somewhere. Well, as you managed to expose this promising new angle, I wonder if you should perhaps try to develop that. Ah, yes, of course. And yelling out objections isn't necessarily the best way to do that, I suppose. Okay. I would like to do a savey save. I believe is when I was pursuing. Tavern, you say which one? Ba, ba, ba. I'm gonna open me a soda. Thursday. Yep, present evidence. Here we go. Mr. Shamsphere. Yes, sir. On the main question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Cell at a place you don't normally patronize for a very particular reason? I don't know what you're talking about, but if thou hast some hobus speakest. Very well, I will present the court with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day, namely... Do a little savey save, just because why not? It can't hurt. Okay. So we want this.
Take that!
Or is it the corner? I believe this card reveals the answer. Oh lord! Miss Green's card! Miss Green's card! That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamsphere, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Personally, I find it hard to believe that that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamsphere? Well...
Excuse me, can I say something?
Yes, Miss Green?
My card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this old man, does it?
Well, you think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely...
My lord, Mia?
What, Miss Green?
I'd like to make something very clear about that card.
Oh. Very well, then you may amend your testimony. Don't include details about that particular note. Alright.
This note was delivered to me, and my address has nothing to do with the old man next to me here.
I don't think that's true. I think you said that you received it the day before the incident, didn't you?
Yes, that's right.
There appears to be no indication of the sender's name or address on the envelope.
It was in my letterbox, and that's all I know. I'm afraid I have no idea who sent it.
I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Who's this Duncan Ross, please?
A friend of mine, he attended the same art school as I do. He passed away in a tragic accident a month ago now, though. I wasn't sure what to make of that note, to be honest, but in the end I decided to go.
So you found out what the information was?
Of course I didn't. You're not thinking straight.
While it's on her way there, she was stabbed in the back, as my learned friend hopefully remembers. Ah, yes, of course. She never made it to the meeting. Okay. Almost in her hood. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I know, I know what to do. I need to... So what's her last statement? Okay, I need to do a little savey save, please. Thank you very much. Okay, I would like to present the other part of this envelope.
Objection.
The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. and upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in the hospital.
Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me.
Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is.
What do you mean?
Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn off end of an envelope.
Oh, is it?
And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received.
Where did you find that?
In Mr. Shamspeare's room. In my room? Mrs. Shamspeare, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Oh, well. Your actions that afternoon follow the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th, and that's that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mrs. Shamspeare. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green?
What did I do?
As this torn off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Shamspeare's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession?
I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all.
There is only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspeare's room and stole it. You did what? Sorry, you did what? Sorry, what? Thou hast what? You broke, thou were in my room? What on earth do you want from me? It would seem oppositions need to testify. Miss Green.
Yes.
Well, as you have a court sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you have endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind.
Yes, I know.
Very well done, witnesses. You will give formal testimony again. On the subject of this girl's anonymity regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received. The anomaly of the note. I do remember now. 'Twas a week ago, a pretty adventure. A note was delivered unto me. On the day which therein did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, and yet nobody came. Therefore, one evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow. I did see the note had vanished.
I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here. And as for that torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it.
We did see Shamspeare in the hospital room where she was at one point when she was awake. You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamspeare? It is so, my lord, and I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet, 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid my eyes upon it. Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was...
Why? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think that I'm the one lying.
I beg your pardon?
I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie. That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar around here is.
If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in Mr. Shamster's room.
I don't see why I should explain.
Sorry?
I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is to say what happened. That's all. It's your job to give the explanations and proofs, you the fledgling lawyer.
Oh, what a bird!
That's your job. Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy?
Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Old counsel? I'm ready, my lord. Very well, then. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witness.
Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamster's room. There can be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note.
Yes, two facts that are starting to lend me to a possible explanation for all of us. And it's not a pretty one. Okay. The anomaly of the note. I too remember now. It was a week ago. Peradventure that note was delivered onto me. Yeah. And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all? Nay, sir, 'tis strange to me as a foreign tongue, even with a knowledge of literature as great as mine own. Verily, 'tis impenetrable. But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you? Alack, if the choices be twixt I knew him and I knew him not, then 'twas with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by a small measure acquainted. Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the Slug and Salad. Presumably that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature? Marry, what will have the better of me, sire, save for the lower curiosity? So 'tis true, I was compelled by my own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern, yet in the end my curiosity was not satisfied. On the day whereto therein I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Okay. So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared? Well, yes, sire, 'tis as thou sayest. Really? You pause for a moment before you answer. In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall. You mean to tell the court that somebody did appear after all? I was all alone that night at the Slug and Salad, my lord. No, 'tis returning to me now. I did drain my lips to almost clear water, and mine innards to a brimming crust of bread, and all around me danced a great many companions. What do you mean? Flies, sire, flies. Good lord. In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from a midsummer's night's dream, come to taunt me. I think they were just flies. I can't help thinking the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Is that wrong of me? There were flies? Isn't it winter? Why would there be flies in winter? That seems a little... No, it makes sense. After the ending, I should the company of the Japanese fellow. I did see the note had finished. Yeah, that is odd. When exactly did you notice it had gone missing? Such idle thoughts now accompany my mind. I am bruised with great ideas. In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsumi's visit to your room. Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval. Such idle thoughts, Ned. You occupy my mind. I am bruised with great ideas. And yet, during that time, Miss Green was comatose in the hospital, was she not? Clearly then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shepson's room.
Yes. Yes, of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir?
You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. I am not here to advocate for your defense, madame. I will tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that.
Oh, dearie me.
What's Lord Van Zeek's getting at?
I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I?
It seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamespeare about 1 week ago.
Oh, that's it?
But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any other way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shamespeare's lodgings. But for what reason would the witness have done that? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless.
Miss Green could only have come into possession of the note by stealing it from Mr. Shamspeare's room. And yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing.
What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though?
Yes, we should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruhodo.
We're close now. I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. Okay.
I can point out that over here, as for that torn up piece of envelope, I don't know anything about it.
Poison? But how do we get... So you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it?
I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters.
Introverted? Fie, this fledgling Dr. Frederick has aspirations about my nature. You're a human angel, a seraph. Birds to harmonize with my song, and the wind doth frolic on my wing. Oh, pity, wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart and blown?
Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me can see you're just a failure.
Pity, thou shalt not know the name of true heart of an artist until thine instruction herewith, hereafter by death. All the days, all the years, alas, too late in thee, thou must wait so long and in vain. Listen to her, Hodo, and jump with the clever mark. This is your chance to shine. I'm no Shakespearean actor, Miss Cisato. No, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument
is evidence. Yes.
Okay.
It's clear that Miss Green did in fact break into Miss Sham's room, isn't it? And that's where she found this letter.
Yes, two more or less foregone conclusion that led me to one terrifying conclusion.
Terrifying?
Yes, I'm afraid to say that the outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely.
To remember, there's a week ago, her that Charlotte knows the letter out to me. With her, and I did pray a long hour at the book and see how the day nobody came. Then after leaving, I should accompany up to Japanese villa. I didn't see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I stuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I?
I guess we do have the poison to connect her to the case, so... Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilled during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analyst, Mr. Shum's chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. What? Strychnine? I think I'm saying that right? I don't know, remember how to pronounce that. The poison poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare. Huh? Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason, and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room with poison. That must be. You broke into my room to... It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Oh no. That's all. It's suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill. Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts. But if Miss Green did intend to set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his out to the pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Well, that's a very good point. That's not, my lord. I beg your pardon? Oh, shit. There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Right. So he wouldn't want to get caught. Possibly getting caught for stealing gas. That's a good point. The local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time. Lord Van Zeeks. And of course, the following morning there was more activity at Mr. Shamspeare's address. More activity? Ah, yes! You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsumi, being arrested on suspicion of murder. That's right, and as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shamspeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself, to cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsumi's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant. But once Mr. Natsumi had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspeare had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe. His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas, remove the poison on the pipe laid to once. And then 3 days ago now, the situation changed again. Right, Mr. Natsumi's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. Trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted. That resulted in Mr. Natsumi returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamspeare was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present at the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan. What plan? What plan? The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the slug and satellite at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear. To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time. To make sure I wasn't home. Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room. Oh shit. Dun dun dun! Right? Knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say that the letter was written by Miss Green? Yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison all over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. There is the question of how she would know to put it on the gas. Well, oh wait, no. If she could figure out that that is how Duncan was killed, then she would then assume that it would be in that way. So no, okay, I see. Oh no, what do you have to say for yourself, Francis? Just who are you and why did you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So, what's behind all of this? Shakespeare's dropped the Old English. Wait, yeah, that's part of his act. Does she have poison? She did she? Yeah, she did at the hospital. She tried to kill herself. Is she the murderer or almost murderer for Shakespeare? I don't know. That's what we're trying to figure out. That's what we're trying to understand. Show your apparent understanding of the court, Miss Counsel. No, she is unalived at the moment. She's slumped over. What? What are you talking about? Talking about Olive? Miss Olive? I don't know. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victims? Her fiance. Yeah, okay.
Take that!
Duncan Ross. That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsumi, took up residence in the lodgings at Mr. Garrett's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I'd heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago. When the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. Does bring a bag. Ah, of course, yes, I really know. A young man they claimed was strangled by the victim, the convict's curse, some such. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Sham's spear blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple.
Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths. That's all people care about. If it's an interesting story, they want to know. It doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him.
You, Duncan was. Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiance. Fiance? You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shakespeare. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy, the murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry. Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shakespeare, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? This is all quite extra. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, Counsel? It's on different counts of murder? To be fair, she did attempted murder. He actually committed murder. They're two different things, sir. So she attempted murder. She did not succeed in murder. That is very different. It is different. She didn't do it. She didn't actually was able to kill him. The law doesn't really care. I'm not sure. Cause like with the whole thing with Mr. the Gyarados, cause I think his wife is still just in jail because she didn't actually kill Miss Olive, but it was accidental stabbing. Cause I think she's still in jail, but she's not like on death row or anything. I think that's kind of the difference. It's like, although hers was much more of an accidental, she was actually planning on the murder. So I don't know. I wouldn't want Miss Olive to be put to death, though. That would make me very sad. Shakespeare, I would like him to be put to death. Thank you very much. I think he's tuber on society, quite honestly. He is a con artist and just bad fellow, bad guy. Yes, my lord, that's correct. Inhaling so deeply. Is my fledgling learned has taken it in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. What? Why would Mr. Shakespeare have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? He hasn't had any wine yet. He has no wine. He has not had any wine this whole time. You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man. I guess he's like really serious right now. Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I've been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies. I deny every utterance.
And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either.
Miss Green.
I'm sure you think I'm being very rude, but I'm going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe, what was your reason? To find information about the murder? Like, that is a fair thing to think.
I thought to have a look around, that's all.
Sorry?
You're right, I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life.
Oh, violence, oh, villainy, oh, tyranny, oh, rotundly of woman. The fuck is Shams doing? I don't know. He is a schoolgirl who knows the answer. He does. Also, rotundly a woman? Rude. She's adorable, sir. I love her. I don't care if she tried to kill you. I like her. She cute. But in any case, when I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock.
The whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some traps and a piece of wire.
Oh, awfulness! Oh, artfulness! Oh, tyranny! Oh, profanity of woman! We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion, but for now, record what you found and what evidence your search revealed.
Well, he spotted the note that I sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place.
Yes, we also discovered that hiding place.
So it was found a newspaper clipping, a photograph, and an empty box, and tin box. Yes, well the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty.
What? There was something in it? Oh shit. Yeah.
Yes,
What was it? The key. This key.
this rather nice key.
Oh my god. What? What are you doing with that? What the?
Every ounce of color has drained from his face.
Give it here. Give it to me now. It's mine. I inherited it. What was that witness? What did you say? You inherited it. What's all this about? He inherited that key? I knew it. He's related to the dude. He's related to the guy who died in prison. Where's the newspaper clipping? Where? Oh, right here. Okay. Selden. Do we know what Selden's full name is? So I'm assuming Mr. Shakespeare knew that the treasure Selden had was in the middle room of the building, because Selden maybe wrote him a letter with a key that would unlock the treasure chest of where the treasure is. Yeah. What's all this about? He inherited that key?
It was obviously important to you since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care.
Give it to me, that's my secret. Give it to me. All himself witnesses. So Mr. Shakespeare has tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the life of two lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shakespeare at first. But considering everything we know now, I think there is actually something that could explain it. What? I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal. Everything we've seen and heard. Alright, let's do a little save, because Naruhodo is getting serious. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events. In that case, Counsel, Mr. Van, you present the evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Mr. Shakespeare's alleged crimes? Yes.
Take that!
That's an official police report, is it not? Sudden fire. How did you get hold of that? Selden? The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant Mr. Natsumi have only one thing linking to them: the fact that they had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, certainly. The room was formerly occupied by Selden, until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. See. And it so happens that the convicted Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. Some £1,000 worth of loot he stole, which has, as yet, remained to be found. Oh, yes, of course, coming back to me now. It's written in his file here. £1,000 and road to hell. That was how the papers summed it up. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting the inmate with his most closely guarded secret. The whereabouts. Oh shit! I was also thinking the person he was in the same room with, the same cell with, may have been involved. And yep. Okay. Yep. the location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key. Unlock whatever container the valuables were in.
You mean this key has...
Mr. Shamspear, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died? Were you not? What are you talking about? This is a false charge, I tell you. False charge. The name of the inmate who was with Sultan, not at his death isn't noted in this file. The simple telegram from prison where he died would quickly tell us how the false charge really is. But even if that's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Seldom hid his loot. So, it all comes out. Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamspear's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Sultan's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garab's lodgings in the hope of renting Sultan's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice. Because Sultan's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shamspear subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. Mr. Suzaki Natsumi, defender of this case of this. So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspear? This time to oust Mr. Natsumi. All for one simple and various reason. To get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict. Boop. Oh. Sir? Sir, you good? Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch me neck. What? Listen, I want you to have me loot. Anything to stop the couples getting their mitts on it. Is it in the room where I was lodging, where they got me? Yeah, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead of me. See you in guess. Shamspear. Oh shit, he was called Shamspear? Loot. Did somebody say loot? Loot! Loot! The truth comes out. It's mine. What did you just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Oh, 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 God. Where's my, like, surprise face? Where's my, like, ah! Oh, God! What's happening? Scary. It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. I should lie. After all, you have a of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. I need it. I'm crazy. Oh my God. Somebody allude for the next performance. For what's up? I'm the victim here. Remember, isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, if I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me for the time being anyway. Definitely you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man's guilty through and through. But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Otto. There is a way. Pardon? There's one way I can finish him. No. He's already committed the most heinous crime to get his hand on that loot, which means all we need to do is find it first. Fine plan. Were it not for the fact the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mrs. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. If only there was some way we could find the convicts quickly. This is the final piece in this complex puzzle, but I think we might have it in our possession already. Do we? Yeah, the cherry's like, oh fuck. Do we? I don't know. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. The key? My lord? Yes, Consul? The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we're already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, mister. Naruhodo, I don't know what you're talking about. Well done, Counsel, it's a quite new idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hull? What can we use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hull? My trusty armband! Ooh, probably not. Can I look at the picture? No, this is just the front of the... Hole! Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering if that's it. But I'm thinking it might be the picture? I don't know. I'm gonna try this one first. If I'm not mistaken, those are all Mr. Shamspeare's handprints on the wall of his lodgings. That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene. That's what I was thinking of, too. Yeah, but if we can use the same technique Sholmes used to see the prints, is there a way for us to see where the convict had been touching stuff? Based on wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective Mr. Sholmes. Oh, great detective, is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? Says me, William Shakespeare. I should think a great boy ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shakespeare. He's at the witness stand. That's so funny. Oh, that's so funny. Chomps with one of the most ridiculous title, no contest. Back against Shakespeare. Yes. Perhaps we shouldn't compete for the honors of the most ridiculous title. Ah! Tis Sherlock Holmes himself. What are you doing here? Great detective. Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. I see your complexion has worsened since last we met. Oh, shit. He's saying he's old. Oh. Mr. Sholmes. He does know Lord Van Zeeks then. Well enough to say something like that in any case. Mr. Sholmes. Though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit.
If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already.
Sir? I call them skin prints, my lord.
My lord.
My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. And it's the method by which we were able to discern the gentleman's gas pipe activities. You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator or solution. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary. So now, Mr. Naruto. Yes? What am I to use as a symbol to make the indicator solution this time? Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Saseki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Solon's loot that's hidden in his own room. What form will the sample take? A person? Because I think we want the key, I think. Instead of a person. We will need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. And something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record. On my word, Mr. Naruto, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution? That would be Miss Olive Green. Miss Green.
What do you want from me?
The key around your neck, if you please.
Sorry?
The key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use. Very true. That is the sample we need. Oh shit! Yeah. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker. And find exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Mr. Shakespeare, as one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's hole is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. Huh? So, Mr. Shakespeare, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth.
In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key.
No! Get that key to me! Beep boop. What? Robot! Freaking robot. Is it a robot? It says he has like a stream. Yeah, whatever. Reporting. Let's see him. Oh my god, go away thing. Why is it like this? Get rid of that. Can I... Copy. I'm going through the whole 9 yards. Block this user. No, it's not that. Refreshing my chat there. Okay, rid of that for a second until it resets. There we go. Reset that. Reset the chat box. There we go. All nice and clean now. No stupid bots. So stupid people trying to harass me. Hooray! It's over, Mr. Shamspear. No. You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt. No. Oh, shameful spear! Despair! What a show! But everybody give a nice round of applause for the finale of Mr. Shamspear. I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all. So you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods? Yet after you'd killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course, I'd plead with him, but he refused. Why? I was 3 months behind the rent, for one thing. Sigarda really has a lot to put up with. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the notice. Poor Miss Natsumi, unfortunate timing. Then, 5 days ago, they really got to lock the door for Shams. They really do. After the incident on Pearl Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance. But it wasn't to be, because you had the key stolen. No, the seal was sealed off and guarded by the police that day.
And if I remember rightly, Mr. Shum spent the whole day in there reading books.
Oh yeah, he did do that. I forgot. I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why on the day Mr. Natsumi was acquitted, he returned to his room. He once again tried a trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap.
William Shakespeare, how does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question.
From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1.
Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done.
Okay, so what does that mean for Mr. Natsumi then?
At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died.
Oh shit. The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete... Gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive.
The gas supply?
Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. They say it's the convict's curse.
Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is.
Alright then. If it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. There are spare rooms at my house.
There are spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight?
No, I'd better not. We said we'd wait until we'd graduated before we told our parents, remember?
But that was the last time he ever spoke. That very night, he fell victim to the gas.
Aww.
If only I'd known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to the house on Bryan Road. I saw a stooped Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to grab shrubbery for some food, so I followed him and sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican.
Speaking Chris, I tell you, Chris. Because of that convict who used to live here. That's trying to suffocate me. I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove is gone out. It's full of gas and I can hardly breathe. The pipes have been checked from there. It's like, I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking.
But how could that be? Duncan was gone and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered a rumor I heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations.
Rumor? What you mean?
Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes.
Oh, anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework.
That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. I bought this at the black markets in the East End.
A black market?
I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them, and you really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out, one way or another, was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder?
And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Spare poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with. And wait. If Mr. Shakespeare was innocent, nothing would have come of what you've done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. That's true.
know the name of the man I suspected, William Shakespeare. And then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. Don't tell anyone else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough, so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked.
And of course, Mr. Shakespeare followed the instructions to the letter.
I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away, so I smeared a good amount of the poison I brought all around the mouth of the pipe, at the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done, and it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done, and that the culprit would get his just desserts.
No. Pizarro. Three days ago, when you were first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward. Yes, my lord. I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity, now would we? We should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. It has been a long road, my Neapolitan friend. Oh, yes. And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you. Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel. Oh, Miss Green.
Yes, my lord.
You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom, as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shakespeare.
Yes, I know.
And you, Mr. Shakespeare, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Saseki Natsumi here at present.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes.
Yesterday at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from
ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle?
I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems.
Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green. And I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shakespeare didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least.
Aw. Because of you, I chose life, not death. And now you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough.
Aw.
Oh, Miss Green.
Mr. Saseki Natsumi. Yes, my lord. Court declares that you are extradited from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present verdict of not guilty. We are in full agreement, Lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant not guilty. Confessing. Thanks. No wonder there was a fire in here. No. Court is adjourned. Yay! We did it! 23rd of February, 3:24 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Oh, yes, yes, at last. Divine justice duly done. Divine justice. My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. No, this... I don't need to do my mustache.
Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess. Mr. Sholmes?
Oh, come to me, Mr. Esquire. Once again, you've saved me from doom. I'm very happy to have been able to help Miss Natsumi. Congratulations on your acquittal. You're second in almost as many days. I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature while I was in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books.
You've had such a difficult time, haven't you?
But a week ago now. Dragged you out of that dark and dingy rooms of yours, did I not? You did, and I've seen much more of life in this week than in all of my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there's something special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Well, wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. And well said, I've come to feel the same way. I've made a decision. I'm going to cut short my study tour. What?
Just when you'd become friends here in England. What a terrible shame.
Oh, it does talk about things. It really does. But I decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. So it's, I suppose.
Oh my, so you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsumi. How wonderful.
Oh, but no, I mean... Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache. That's right. Yes, it will. Anyway, literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur.
I, for one, would love to read your work.
Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper. That's very true.
And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor.
Do you have to make him paranoid again? The desire to return post haste to the perceived safety of your own land is one I quite understand.
My goodness, yes. Face was such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure.
But that's not what I'm living, I mean it! Objection. Objection! And that was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Suzuki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Miko Taba was prompted to visit the scholar. And barely any time later, Suzato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. Oh yeah, right. Can we just see what that was? Okay. 24th February, 10:13 a.m. in Natsumi's room. I mean, I guess we'd have to start packing up stuff too for Miss Natsumi, so.
Oh, how well done, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, something marvelous of you. To uncover the secret hiding place in just one day.
Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe you told you, my dear fellow, skin burns are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? Gregson eating like a pigeon.
He's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Harley. Happily, I think perhaps humorously, what might be closer to the truth.
So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let's just look then if you're ready. Let's examine the Lake Burglar's Hall. Ooh, I'm excited. What the? What is that? What is it? What is that? Ah. A belt? It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar. And that looks like blood. Assuming that this is a collar for an animal, that makes me very worried about the blood on it. A collar? It's huge though.
And look at all the gemstones in it. I can see why it was claimed to be worth 1,000 pounds. Perhaps I could have it as a belt.
Oh, have you noticed on the inside there? There are some dark stains.
You don't think there could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it.
On second thoughts, maybe I won't have it as a belt.
Then, of course, there's this emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown.
B. What does it signify, do you think?
Oh, I haven't noticed that.
B.
I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could it have been?
That's enough of that, I think. What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taken as such, aren't you? Could be valuable evidence after all, but must be kept safely under lock and key. Yes. Get your grubby hands up, you lot. Now. B. Braveheart? Is that what that guy's name was? I need to look at the things. I've never seen a color that large before. And all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out the most to me, at least not once I noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar. Those stains. Could they really have been blood?
Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now.
And you look very pleased, Iris.
I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis for this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating.
You're talking about the latest installment of The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, I presume?
The mystery of the knife in the mist. And the mustache man of the convict's curse, perhaps. I can make it a 2-part story.
Oh, I can't wait.
What, please? Iris?
Yes, what is it, Harley?
I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question.
What? Why not? It's a great case.
I shouldn't have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your 2 titles. Second must never be written. Is that clear?
Yes.
Holmes knows something. Sholmes knows something.
That the second of Soseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen.
What?
For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again.
Ooh.
With an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Ooh, right. Yeah, that's happening. Oh, this is gonna be exciting. Ooh. Ooh, I'm so excited for this. It is so. The rating for this game is so good. Hold on, they can't see your comment. Key of knowledge for completing episode 2 of the Great Ace Attorney 2. Okay, save. Yeah, I'm really liking the writing of these games. They are very good. The Great Departed Soul. Ooh, this looks so cool! I'm excited for this. This looks so cool. Austrian Empire. Kingdom. Oh.
The grand end of the century Great Exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
Ooh, this is gonna be exciting.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people. The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
Ooh. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
William and Turner. Why does that sound familiar?
Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies. And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future. A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
But what now? Kinesis machine. What does that mean? Okay.
Will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location.
That sounds like a death trap. Or this has become the movie Prestige.
Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before.
Well, this man's dead. Don't be too excited.
In but a few moments from now.
This man will be dead. And it's gonna be really horrific.
This gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air.
Okay, but where does he land? Where is it supposed? Where's the other end of this?
To arrive an instant later on the crystal tower behind you.
Okay. I feel like you shouldn't be using a human to test this. This seems really dangerous. Yeah, this is a death machine. The 22nd of October, 9:36 a.m. Shum Suite. So we are back more in the most current time, because the thing with the last case was a situation that happened earlier, because Suzato is still in Japan. So, and this is us currently still in London without Suzato. I'm assuming. I think that is where we are right now.
Runa, are you listening?
Oh, sorry, was that us?
What the with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast?
No, that's not at all. What were we talking about again?
Today's paper is full of news about the great exhibition again.
Ah, yes, the great exhibition. It's like, I'd like to go sometime.
You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Harley?
Did you say something, Iris?
Oh gosh, you're more down.
Oh, wait, did you arrive, Mr. Naru? I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I, thought you might have known I was here. You know, because breakfast? Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much so that I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What? Let's see. Yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning with all its unruly spikes. Clearly, it has been deduced of all that. Let me stop you there, Mr. Sholmes, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has. Ever since we first met, in fact. Oh, really? How interesting. It just doesn't look like a haircut as such as most. Thanks again. It crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now.
6 months?
Since I was forbidden from working in court. So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned.
Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Harley?
Oh. Did you say something, Iris? Back to moping. Yeah, I don't remember why we're not allowed. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? He seems even more down in the dumps than me.
I know, and the great exhibition has opened. You'd think he'd be excited. Oh, why don't we all go see it together?
I want to, of course I do, but I can't. No, not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective after all. So you're broiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from, is that it?
I'm hearing that you're working on a case, Harley.
Because he's not. I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. Why not? I just go. I just, go. Then 6 months go. Half a year ago now, I took on the defense of a young girl in a trial heard at the Old Bailey. What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place at London Pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-fetching plot that involved the British government. Yep. During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable yet, at the same time, unforgivable mistake. What's that? The situation is utterly deplorable. So, yes, my lord? I would decide upon your fate following conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study. That's what I've been doing.
You have, haven't you, Rena? Reading all those big fat tomes about British law up to in your room and the notes about Chom's old cases?
Brewing it hires a special blend of tea, fetching you daily bread for me. My daily bread for me. Oh, because it was found out that the pickpocket girl was involved with the murder of Mr. Mason. Is that why? Okay. Even though we didn't have the evidence for that. Okay. You've become something of a man servant around here. Start on the silhouette. Yeah, I think it was her perjury. Yeah. But, like, we didn't have the proof for that. Until after. I don't know. Yeah, we weren't close for the first time. We weren't representing her. Yeah, we were representing, Mr. McGilden. And we didn't have all the evidence. We had no evidence to prove that they were lying. We didn't know. Yeah. Well, I am thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider, specifically Lord Strongheart at the British Supreme Court on Whitehall.
Lord Strongheart?
Okay, so it's not Braveheart. For some reason I was thinking Braveheart was his name. But somebody with the name B. No one here. Who? Well, no, I was thinking of the dog. The dog collar. It had a B on it. The life of Lord Chief Justice. Not my favorite fellow. Braveheart is the Mel Gibson movie about the Scotsman fighting the Brits in medieval times. Oh, right. He's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could. And I can't do that just sitting around here. Okay, guys. The whole of London has been swept up in the great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching.
Oh, do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons.
Look down on? Do you mean those things? What?
Yeah, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air.
But how does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense. I can't understand it at all.
True, a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. But in 100 years' time, all these things will be just common knowledge.
I suppose there might be. Yeah. Hot air go up. Cold air go down.
Some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday, apparently. There was a huge explosion. Still, I'm sure to see it, though. I'd love to see how bad some of these damn experiments really
Oh, Iris. Says the innocent 10-year-old girl. See here, every page of this paper carries an article or other about the Great Exhibition. Let the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. The exhibition newspaper has been entered into the court record. Shadows cast behind, is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Okay. Are you investigating a particular tricky case at the moment, Mr. Jones? You could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add? That's not like you. What sort of case is it? Shh! Wait, Mr. Naruto. Must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening.
You're acting very strangely, Harley.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, usually, the more mysterious and complicated a case is, the better Hurley's mood. Is there really a case that's bothering you?
Iris, please, you mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I say, put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. You say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes? Never mind, once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. That was a deep sigh. Sounds like he's not excited about it.
I can type with my eyes shut, you know.
I can believe it. When a deadline's approaching, you sound like a Gatling gun.
That reminds me of a dream I had the other day. It was such a funny one. It woke me, actually. I was typing for a whole hour in the pitch black, but I didn't make a single mistake.
That's incredible.
But then, when it got light, I found there wasn't any paper in the machine. Not that I'd actually been typing at all.
I think you might just have fallen asleep on the job. That's fair. There are so many different bottles up there on the charming little set of white shelves.
Oh, to be careful, Rudo, you mustn't try the contents of any of those bottles, even if you're hungry.
I wouldn't do something stupid like that. I'm not a child, you know.
Well, I wish I could say the same for Hurley. The other day, he polished off a full bottle of one of my alkaloids.
He what?
He said he was hungry.
I will be extra careful. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's a child. Look forward to finding out what aroma your tea will have, Iris, every single day.
Well, I use different concoction of herbs from the garden every time, so it's never the same twice.
When you call it a concoction, it sounds more like a science experiment than something for tea time.
Oh yes, that's because different blends can have very different properties. Some calm you down, some make you feel jolly, some give you energy. Today's particular blend is something quite special, so you're really in for a treat.
That sounds ominous. Yes, this is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? What's in the melting pot today? The blue carbuncle.
Yes, it's from a case of that Hurley solved ages ago. The theft of a precious stone. A carbuncle is another name for a garter, you see, especially if it's cut with a rounded top.
That's what I was wondering. I'm like, what's a carbuncle? Like, I've heard that word before, but I'm just like, I don't know what a carbuncle is. Oh, really? And this garden was blue, was it?
Well, that's the thing. They're usually red. No blue gardens have ever been discovered.
Oh.
So who knows what the stone gemstone actually was? That's the real mystery of the case.
Proper Sherlock Holmes conundrum, huh? Okay. All these different pieces of evidence from cases that Mr. Sholmes has solved are very interesting.
The trouble is, Hurley forgets things so quickly, he never remembers why these things are relevant. The other day, for example, he saw the orange pips that were there and decided to plant them in the garden.
Pips.
Yes, they're all sprouted now. We have fine new little plants.
Oh, well, I don't know what case they were from, but if Mr. Sholmes can get oranges to grow outside in England, he should change his profession. That sounds nice. Ah yes, the huge metal chest with the lace cloth laid on it, being used as a table for tea and the coffee. It's very sturdy, that's for sure, and firmly locked shut.
That chest contains my father's detailed records of Hurley's many cases.
Yes, so I've been led to believe, though personally I'd never actually seen inside.
And that's the way it will stay. Those papers are a secret between me, Daddy, and me. If you go opening it and find it, you might find yourself being bitten.
I have a 5-head idea. Since we can't be a lawyer, we're going to be a detective. Ha! Yes, of course. Can't stop us from being meddlesome. We'll just be a detective instead. We'll become Sholmes' new Watson. His new Wilson. That follows him around and stuff, even though we are not a doctor. But whatever. What? Is there a beast inside there or something? I don't think she means... I do love a good fire in the colder months. Watching the flames flickering and dancing about is just so very relaxing.
Cleaning out the chimney isn't so relaxing, though.
No, getting covered in soot isn't my idea of fun.
You know, Hurley said he was going to clean it out himself last year. But you can guess what happened, can't you? He got himself stuck inside the flue.
He's a very slim man, I admit, but there are limits to where a fully grown man can fit.
Every time he dozes off by the fire, he has nightmares about it.
That's pretty funny. He has nightmares about being stuck in the fucking chimney. Oh, that's pretty funny. Ah yes, Mr. Sholmes' faithful musical companion. Wasn't this violin made by someone famous?
Yes, it's Stradivarius. I think you'd have to save up for 100 years before you could afford one right now.
If I were to save up for 100 years, I wouldn't choose to buy a violin, personally.
Oh, what would you buy then?
I really have no idea. I think I'll have to do it so I can find out. Books, papers, scientific implements. These shelves are stuffed to the gunnels. Mrs. Otto wouldn't be able to help herself if she was here. She can't stand this.
Susie might not be able to stand this, but she wouldn't dare touch those shelves.
Oh, why not?
Everything's an intricate balance. Hurley has spent ages on it. If you were to touch even one thing, the whole lot would come tumbling down. Susie noticed it was a very delicate arrangement, right from the outset.
You make it sound like a meeting of great minds. But the truth is, Mr. Sholmes just needs to tidy up. Yeah, probably. Every time I took a look at that machine, I can't help but thinking what a monstrosity it is. What's it called again?
The great analytoscope. It can analyze about absolutely anything, you know?
It does seem incredible, and at the same time, incredibly useless.
But it looks impressive, doesn't it? And so that makes it very useful.
How does that make it useful?
Because it means you can pawn it for lots of money. The pawnbrokers always make idle remarks like, what an incredible looking machine.
Huh.
So Harry often takes it to the pawn shop when he's a little short.
Sounds like this thing pulls its weight around here more than I realized by having its weight pulled around. That seems a dangerous place to put your pipe. But okay. Okay, present. Well, it's not rude. We're only in the middle of a very important, so the more convenient time. Is there a set time for your important links? Or are they an old day thing? Just so I know. That's funny. Can I examine the... Oh, what? The Reaper attacked? Okay, hold on. Let's look at this one. The Great Exhibition of All Nations. Eyes in the world are on the Crystal Tower. First test on matter of transport device. Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. Public experiments that demonstrate brand new scientific ideas. Cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go to see it properly before too long. Okay, we gotta look at the back. Lost cat! No! There's a lost cat! Sholmes detected lawyer dude, yes! So many glowing reports about the Great Exhibition and everything that's going on there. Other than this rather gloomy looking one, that is. Yeah, the lost cat! That's so more important. Lord and Zeke's and compatriot cornered. Ooh. The last cat! Forget the Reaper, find the cat! Right? It's much more important! Cat takes first. This is the first that takes first priority. Get the Reaper, find the cat. Yes, find the cat. Wait, what?
What's the matter, now?
There's a lost cat! Oh, Alma Gas Company! French court here's glass eye case. I'm like more interested in all this other things. I'm like, oh, look at all these little details. The Judge Deepax of Newly was pre-sentenced today with the most curious case of a lady who refused to pay her dues for the purchase of one glass eye. The whole affair began when Madame Pluete, the defendant, ordered the eye as a replacement for the natural eye she had lost. Upon its arrival, she found that she could see no more with it than she could before and became scented at the thought of paying for it. It's like, oh, I thought this would help me see. Oh, that's funny. Oh my god. Does it put that reason with the madam and the That's funny. Fiery ball gown sets dance all ablaze. Ooh! And internet recorded dance turned into a blazing ball last week when one of the ladies' attendees Josie accidentally caught on fire. In her panic got the sudden appearance of flames at her feet. The lady dashed madly about the whole of the fewer than 3. Thankfully, the fires. It's fun. I don't know what. Rather unexpected fashion. Daily results of the... Oh no, it appears that the winner will not even be a man at all, but rather a young American lady by the name of Maria Mitchell of Nantucket, Massachusetts, though there were multiple competing claims of the new comet's discovery from all nations, including one by British astronomer Mr. William Rutherford Dawes. King Christian was swayed by the fervent petition of Howard President Edward Everett, who urged the charge the authorities of the United States at the Copenhagen with the fact of Miss Mitchell's government. Interesting, okay. Anyway, I was very interested in this, the French courtier's glass eye case. I think that's hilarious. That's Lord Van Zeeks. This must be what Mr. Sholmes was talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? And I want to look at it again without them blocking it. I'm going to be here without them blocking it. Wait, can I see if there was anything on the front of it that I could see? Or no, they're just talking with it. Dang it. Man, I want to actually read what it says. I'm curious. The lady with the glass eye that's funny. The Reaper attacked. Okay. I guess we can ask about the Reaper. I'm much more worried about the cat. Okay. It says in the paper that Lord Van Zeeks was attacked. That's terrible. You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes, Prosecutor Barak Van Zeeks. They say that he is a vampire and an alcoholic. Burroughs his money around like he does with his glasses of wine and bottles. To save the Reaper isn't the prosecutor in a case, there's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. Even if the defendant is found not guilty. Once the Reaper had someone in his sights, no way or another, that person's times left on this earth will be short. And his finest rogues finally always find ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal trial. Falsifying evidence, laying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges, and even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you'd expect, you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Miss Rado? Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of those criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among their fraternities seemed to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord Van Zeeks has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time. He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. He doesn't make these attacks lying down. Although, seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. Oh, shit. Oh my goodness, is he alright then? Is Lord Van Zeeks hurt? He's fine. They didn't shoot him with silver bullets? Or is that werewolves? I don't remember. One of those things. Pretty sure silver is still bad for vampires anyway, so I don't know. My dear fellow, I wonder what I know. Yeah, I wouldn't say, but I'm pretty sure silver, like, objects also hurt, vampires, if I'm wrong. I think that's right. Google! Does silver hurt the vampires? In some folklore media, silver is effective against vampires. Folklore. Silver bullets are often one of the few weapons that can harm vampires, werewolves, witches, and other supernatural beings. Okay, because silver is seen as pure, it is effective against impure forces such as vampires and werewolves. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like, I know it's particularly silver is for werewolves, but I don't know. Seems like silver is a holy item of some sort, is a pure metal from what, for some reason. Yeah, I don't think so. That's proof that you're a vampire. You fool, Scott, you fool! You just admitted that you're a vampire. Sorry, man. I mean, I've never seen you out in the daytime. And again, I've never seen you before. So, yeah. I can't be proven wrong. Haven't been proved wrong. You don't know. Throws a glass of wine at a door.
Well, in the article here it says, as to what of Lord Van Zeeks and his condition. All will be reviewed in tomorrow's morning edition.
I see. Well, we shall have to be patient. No, wait until tomorrow. In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know. But who? We're already going to go see Strongheart. He probably knows. Lord Strongheart, perhaps. Yeah, we're already going to go see him. So, like, just ask him while we're there. Well, Sholmes ready to go. Well, I must be leaving now. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Sholmes. I were really a shameless liar. Sometimes I do that. You seek to put me off my guard if follow me, don't you? You would be wasting your time. The thought crossed my mind, but now I'm wondering where you are going. Well then, see you later indeed. Well, now I want to follow you. Listen to him. He's still laughing on his way out of the door. Oh my god! Yo! Outfit, your cute coat. I don't know why your hat has to cover your hair, but you know what? It's fine. It's still cute. I like it. I like your coat. Although you still have your elbows out. So I don't understand. But whatever.
I'm there right now. Let's get going.
Oh, Ernest, what are you wearing?
I'm gonna change to go to the Great Exhibition. You're going to take me.
What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court.
Oh, well, that's fun too. You're gonna take me there then.
Alright, fine. Just don't wear that weapon, would you?
Of course, not to the Supreme Court. Then we'll go to see the Great Exhibition.
I mean, yeah, sure, why not? We're already going out, so might as well. New location being added. Yeah, Lord Strongheart. Birds! Finish Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice's office. It's been about 6 months now since I was last here, but some things never change, like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place, and the large amount of birds they have in here for some reason. Oh my gosh, she's so cute! It doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there. That's adorable.
Oh, I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here.
Of course, I was forgetting that you've been here before. The time we came here 6 months ago. When Susato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan. Does anyone wish to speak with me? Oh, Lord Stronger. I trust you've been keeping well? Let's see. Since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting. Apologies. Oh, no, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around staring in space. Yes. Good to know. Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Great Britain as a student. You need only savor the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminent status. As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. Furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh, I've not heard about that. Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. Oh, okay, so maybe Susato's gonna come back with her father, because her father is, like, in sciencey shit at the college. As we're hosting this mission, I have much to do. It is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result of it. Well, it's nice to know where I stand. So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. But actually, there's something else playing on my mind as it happens.
Bruno, just take a deep breath and come out with it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave. You know, Stronger, you stay here. I'm just gonna leave for a while. Or, you wanna look at my armband? It's pretty cool. Pretty nice. I'm just gonna take a look around here. Let's take a look around. What's over here? Yep. Where do you keep your birds at, buddy? Very interesting. Okay. Permission to work. I actually came here today to ask for your permission. Go on. 6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked, and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign judicial system. And I desperately want to have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again. Mr. Murrock. Yes? Here it comes. I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you are a substitute for your compatriots. This was never your intended role. Well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on the study tour, not me. Should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. If that tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. Mr. Sogi was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fill his calling for him. His calling, you say? Has that never occurred to you? That perhaps you know nothing of his true calling? Sorry? The mission with which you young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was? Well, what do you mean? Mission? He's not making any sense. Never mind. I've read all the reports you submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your restricted instructions. Do you mean? As of this moment, I may reinstate your license, practice law here in Britain. Thank you so much.
That's what it means, Bruno.
In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mold up your comeback. Glorious affair. You'll consider it, I hope. Of course, please, tell me more. Okay, curious affair. You described it as a curious affair? Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday? Oh, no.
Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see. How was it described? Super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis, I think? Instantaneous kinesis? As in moving things with a click of the fingers? That's right. It's just what my herbal blends need. A dash of devil may care.
Oh, devil may care. Whatever the serious accident was, actually, it's clearly captured your Iris imagination. It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage and a man lost his life. Yep, it was a death trap. Certain Mr. Odie Aspen, an investor and a well-known figure in society. A large explosion.
A man died?
The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrain. Albert Harebrain. All these names. Stop. It's so funny. He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow. Harebrain, yeah, Harebrain. Oh, it's so funny. Oh my gosh. On the charge of murder. What? Murder? If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him in the person. There is very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation. The Great Exhibition, scientific experiment gone wrong, and murder? I feel out of my depths before I've even started, still.
We should go to the prison straight away then, and try to meet with this German professor, don't you think?
Is it? Okay, so harebrained, right? But Albert as in like, Albert Einstein, who was also a German scientist. Although he was particularly in math, he wasn't like an inventor. But he also has crazy hair. Definitely. Okay, we need to... Physicist, yeah. Listen, it's part of math, the physics, math stuff. Yes, one more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance. Oh, with Orbenzeeks. How? Okay, well, I need to talk about this. All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exposition. And next month, the largest and most important of them will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium. It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it? Exactly.
He summoned birds!
London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. So the crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. So it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it? Exactly the future of policing. More birds! More birds! Regrettably, Richard is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods. Oh dear, that's alarming. Exactly, it's extremely alarming.
Forensics? I'm suing you for stealing my ideas!
Yeah, for real. If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure. The number of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim. Sorry? By the way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail every one now. What?
Oh, fascinating.
No, Iris, no! It all began 15 years ago. It was... Oh, God. We're gonna be here all day. Oh, no! Oh, no! Runosuke, don't go into the light! Don't go into the light! Oh, we're back. How long has it been? What day is it? Has the trial already started? And more or less sums up my feelings on the matter in its simplest terms, of course. Naturally, to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. It is my mission. Oh, right. Yes, that's wonderful. Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it would be. Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now. Dang it, Iris, I was hoping you were listening.
Is it over? Did you do anything useful?
I actually drifted off from this part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Okay, I think I need to present him with the paper about... Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen this? Reports of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition, of course. No, not that. The story on the back page. What story? The Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not?
Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he?
There's no need for concern. The Orbenzeeks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you. Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know. If it interests you. It does, strangely. It's not that strange. She's a very mysterious person. Fortunately, Lord Van Zieks emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter. And also, he is a vampire. But that's incredible! They were armed with guns! Why was he attacked, though? Do we know? Because he's a vampire. It's really cool events that occurred a month ago, when he drank the blood of some kid on the street or something, I don't know. Leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Lord Van Zieks. But the man was acquitted, so I have no doubts large sums of money were involved behind the scenes. Large sums of money? A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems, despite winning his freedom. The man in question met a dramatic end yesterday. But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely? Victim's henchmen surely seem to think so. He was an assman. Mr. Odias Asman. So you're saying he was an assman? Oh, such a dumb thing. Oh my god, my reaction to that was so fast. My model couldn't even capture my movement. We just need a test Mickey. When you say that, Mr. Odie's plan went tits up. Oh my god. It's so dumb. Mr. Odie asked me. Did you say did you say asshole? Oh, so dumb. Oh, so immature. Oh my god. So dumb. Oh yeah. Oh. Oh my god. Play the translators. I know. The chairs. Oh my god. Fudge.
That's when he died in the big explosion of the Great Exposition.
Yes, known publicly as an inventor, but in reality the head of a significant criminal organization. Unbelievable. I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart? Try me. Why do you use Lord Van Zieks as a prosecutor? You know, his little thing on his bowler tie, that reminds me a lot of that dog collar. Just saying, just throwing that out there. All the criminals who managed to get off in court then meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom. And fearful of that fate, they seek to strike out Lord Van Zieks first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still, something's clearly going on here. I have Van Zieks work for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials. Nothing to do with it. But that makes sense. How can you explain the way so many have died if not by someone's hands? Van Zieks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Okay. Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. Already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. What? My colleagues seem to be starting to fidget. 11 hours? You think you're dead? Was late, that's... Right, something? The meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. Lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man. Sure, it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Oh yes, where would I find Lord Vanzix now? I would assume he's at his office. Right, I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth. Away with you now. I'm leaving Professor Hairbrain's defense early in your hands. Of course, yes, thank you so much, very much, my lord. Alright. Location been added. Okay, so we can go. Let's go to the prison first. Let's go see Mr. Hairbrain. There he is. Local prison, cell 11. The warden said cell 11. This one.
Oh, there's someone cut up in a ball in the back corner. Look.
What's his name again? Professor Albert Hairbrain, wasn't it? Excuse me, Professor Hairbrain? Ooh, I don't know how I want to do his voice, because it did play a voice for that scene, but I'm like, I don't want to do that voice. It's boring. I want to do like a really nerdy voice. Who are you? Who are you? And also, he's supposed to be German, isn't it? German, isn't he? A lawyer? Lawyer? I don't know what to do with this voice. A lawyer? Was it something I said? Lawyer, you say? Would you be here about the experiments? Are you willing to hypothesis? I don't know what I want to do for his voice. I was trying to do like a really like stuffed up nose kind of sounding, but I can't really do it like without just like actually holding my nose. But I don't want to do it every time I talk. But maybe. Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't. Yesterday's demonstration. That magnificent demonstration was. It was an out success by anyone's calculations. But despite that, no one believes in the science. When it's explained, they don't believe. High velocity! No, it's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my consideration leave for a while, too. For a scientist, he's very young looking. He is. You know what he looks like? You know what he looks like a lot to me? He looks like... He makes me think of Lupin the Third. He makes me think of Lupin the Third. Do we actually have his name? Right? His face shape and his eyes? They make me think of Lupin the Third. But, let's see. Does it say his age here? 33! 47. What do you guys? 33. Yeah, hey, I keep looking at him and I'm like, he looks like something else too, but I can't think. He still just makes me think of Lupin the Third, but I don't know. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday.
The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in an explosion, didn't he?
Yes, you could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. I suppose in the strictest sense. The experiment was a failure, but at the same time, it was a great success. You've lost me. I saw with my own eyes right there in front of me. Mr. Osmond was spontaneously disassembled. Yeah, he exploded. Yes, he did spontaneously disassemble into a bunch of chunks into the air. Oh my gosh. Until then, everything wasn't going exactly as my calculation predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. However, the machine exploded and Mr. Aspen, in fact, perished. Spontaneously disassembled. No, Your Honor. I didn't hit him with my car and his body just kind of exploded. He spontaneously disassembled. Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure. So what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Esmond was an accident, correct?
But the Bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder.
I was responsible for a man's death. That's the immutable truth here. For that, I wish to be punished. At once. But... murder? It was an accident. Simply an accident. I see.
Harry and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder.
How exactly?
Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protected custody.
On what grounds? Yes, it's newly established here, but the Special Disposition of Scientific Equipment Act. That one passed me by.
But if the case is treated as murder, then they'll say my machine.
Oh, then they'll say my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to pour over it as much as they like. And they examine it in detail and find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea. My purchase hypothesis will be stolen. The machine must be protected from that at all costs. That's why it's imperative this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial. Oh, I see now. Okay. Instantaneous kinesis. So in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition showground yesterday. Yes, or rather, no, the devil is in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion. Sounds the same to me.
You were demonstrating a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating.
Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible using a significantly high voltage to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's all. No, that's amazing, you see? That's my amazing hypothesis. Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science. Oh, but dare to imagine it. Dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think, one moment I could be here in the cell, and the next I could be in the Great Exhibition. Oh, well, yes, that would be incredible. And the next, in the mere blink of an eye, I could be a great Parisian theater, say. Possibilities endless. The whole of Earth's planet would be within reach. So no more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days? Yeah.
I don't really see it like that.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem very vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel more like it had shrunk.
I would. That's exactly right. Well, what are the implications? What does this mean?
Besides Professor Bunny Brain, you're really worried by the look of it. Bunny Brain!
That's so cute. Bunny Brain. That fits. His hair is like a little bunny tail. Clearly it's yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's what always the fly in the ointment.
Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have. That's exactly it, yes. He's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science. Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Elephant.
The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? Why did he want to be the one to demonstrate it? There's some questions afoot here. The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odie Osmond, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man?
He first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I think my lucky stars.
I see, so you hadn't really known each other until then.
Money for scientific research. I'm so envious. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel.
Oh, really?
An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration for my hypothesis for presentation at the Grand Exposition. And if that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government.
Mr. Aspen provided me...
Mr. Aspen provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications. But then your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion. As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Aspen. I would never have taken the man's life.
Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. Yeah, what would be the point of him committing murder? He doesn't have... Particularly in this sort of way. What would be the point? Like, couldn't he have been like, okay, if he wanted to kill him using the machine, couldn't he have done it, like, somewhere else before it was set up on the, like, that platform? And then, like, Mr. Asmund, I want to test this out before the demonstration. Let's test it. Yeah. Yeah, it does. But, like, if the angle was it's supposed to be made to look like an accident, but why would he want to do it so publicly? That makes a big problem, I feel like. You should have done it more privately. And then it would less be seen as being dangerous because it would be less public. Yeah, like, if he wanted to kill him in this particular way, of the machine exploding and causing Mr. Asmund's death, it would be set up as, like, it's an accident. The machine accidentally exploded. It was not meant to. There was some sort of flaw in the machine. To be fair, he's not the engineer. Yeah, he designed the machine, but he was not the engineer who put it together. So, based on the fact that... So why isn't the engineer locked up right next to him then? I don't know. I guess the engineer wasn't with them? I don't know. We don't... I guess... Money here looks like the Fall Guy. Yeah. That seems like what the case is. Yeah, there's a lot to this case we really don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. Okay. That's this, I guess. How could this have happened? You must feel awful, as well as a man losing his life. The Crystal Tower is greatly damaged too.
I know what happened. It must have been that.
That?
The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of me saying anything, I just slipped the coins into my pocket and they're still there now. It's divine retribution for my wrongdoing. That's what this is.
I don't think 3 shillings is enough for that, but okay. For a scientist, he has some very illogical... long and illogical. That's funny. That he's sort of superstitious. That's kind of funny. Okay. Pretty sure 3 shillings would give you a stub toe. We're talking about karma, right? Oh, wait. Oh, on the inside.
Oh, is this Japanese kanji script embroidered here?
That's right. The name of the armband's owner.
Ah, so that's how you write Naruhodo, is it?
Actually, no, it's my best friend's name, not mine. It's pronounced Kazuma Asogi. I actually believe this armband in some ways embodies his spirit, you see?
Hmm. So you have to write all those lines just for one person's name? Kanji is funny, isn't it?
That's right. Never mind my feelings about my best friend. It's lines I really want to talk about.
Ah, fascinating guess.
In Japan, where I come from, it's a symbol of a defense lawyer. Wearing it is very bracing, I find.
But your words make some sense to me, but they are entirely illogical.
What do you mean?
Well, for example, I find this white laboratory coat that I wear for my work very embracing too. However, in that case, there's a perfectly logical reason for that feeling.
Oh, really? What is it?
I purchased the wrong size by mistake. This one is too small for me. The sleeves, especially, are extremely bracing. I can barely move my wrist.
That's what you call logical, is it?
Of course, it's entirely logical. That size was not arrow.
Okay. I guess that's it for you. Let's go see more Lister Lord Van Zeeks. Curious. 22nd of October, prosecutor's office. Man, this is fancy. Holy shit. I'm thinking about when we first saw, like, Edgeworth's room and we thought it was fancy, but holy shit. Shit, boy. That's fancy as hell. Holy moly! Is that like a whole model of the, like, the great exhibition right now? Because that looks like the machine thing that's being... What? Chessboard. All the wine. All the wine glasses. Big portrait of himself. Oh my god.
Oh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office!
Yes, it appears so.
There, it sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deathly atmosphere!
Oh, is that... Who... The hooded figure was so still. I hadn't noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is. What are you doing here? Ah! Oh. Hello, Mr. Vampire Man. He is as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, I'm glad to see you're well. So, how's it going? Nice to see you. Nice painting. So, who's the person over by the wall being punished for something or other? No punishment is taking place here. Oh. That's my apprentice, and he's sitting there of his own free will. I didn't know you had an apprentice. Ooh. This guy? Must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper. Woo! This is apprentice. This is exciting. He is very able in combat. A requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? The Reaper. I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming that as such a fabled fiend generally inhabits a great courtrooms. Interesting. Last night's attack. Lord Chonghart said the assault was last night and was some sort of revenge attack? True, carried out by henchmen of Audi Osman's criminal organization. The investigation and thorough arrests were imminent. Presumably, some hoped to kill me before that happened. Ozzy Osman. Audi Osman. What, he's been called the Reaper the whole game, and now he's saying otherwise? I guess he never said that he was the Reaper. I'm assuming people assume that he's the Reaper. But maybe it's someone else. Somebody else who's... Yeah. But maybe someone else is actually doing the reaping. Is what he is saying. Okay. That's interesting. He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful finances. Global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means via his criminal activities.
And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper.
But the man got his competence in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances, it was the most unusual cause of death. I know about that. It was super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Mr. Asman died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion. Correct. And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen to you? Well, no, that does seem a little far-fetched. If this man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death at least. That's true. Like, if people are thinking he's the Reaper, there has to be people following up on him after, like, cases happen, right? Which then would make it impossible for him himself to be the one committing murders. Really, they're murders. Interesting.
It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Reno? I mean, what with you taking on the professor's defense for the trial tomorrow?
What? You're going to be defending him? Oh, yes, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. But, that's right. Do you know him by any chance? Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at a university together. Oh, shit. They were university buddies? They were roommates. Were they roommates? How old is Van Zix? How old is Van Zix? 33? 33! They were roommates!
What?
Oh, shit. I'd understand that Professor Hairbrain was from Germany, though. Hairbrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research. That's all. So you were students together? I was in the Faculty of Law, of course, and he in Science, so our paths really crossed. But curiously, we got along, though I've not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. 1,000 ships sailed that day. And with you little people representing him. Only if I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems. Yes, I know. But the prosecution will be handled by me. By you? But you said as if you and the professor were friends. We are friends. It's true. Then why would you do this?
If the Reaper is the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed.
Well, fuck. Conflict of interest much, right? What's Lord Van Zeek's thinking? What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean I'm a crowned prosecutor, a mortal like any other? I am no demigod, although I am maybe a vampire.
But they've all died, haven't they? The people you prosecuted, I mean. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal.
Like, that's the big to differ. Those I prosecute all the violence and riches of our society. Are you sure? Mr. Natsumi was just kind of a poor Japanese fellow that was in very unfortunate situations. I don't think he was the vilest riches of our society. People who, without question, deserve to be found guilty. What is a better place without them? But that's not true, Mr. Nat. Yeah, Mr. Natsumi, for example, he was no vile wretch at all.
And that she's ever so hardworking now.
I wonder how Guinea's doing. I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn, but the point is this. If any of those vile riches escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at a hand of their own kind. It's not my work. Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way.
But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true.
The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. Oh! It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. So that's why he's not against people calling him the Reaper. He decides that it's fine not to correct people because it is resulting in less crime, which is overall positive for the whole country. Do you mean to say? I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly, with honor. But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed. If that is my fate, let God decide. But Van Zeeks. Man. Yeah, intimidating would-be criminals is a good thing. It is. Lord Van Zeeks is cool. Okay, let me present him with this, I guess? Lord Van Zeeks, about the article in this paper. Oh, yes, it seems there was a reporter nearby when the little skirmish took place. I had no idea I'd been photographed. It was careless of me. Also, there was a lady who didn't understand how a glass eye worked. That was funny. That's a funny article.
It looks though it was taken from after the people who attacked you had run away, though.
Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them. But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. That guy. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as I speak, isn't it? Who is he? What? Oh my god, all the wine! There's bats! And all the wine! Oh my god! This man is a vampire! Alcoholic! Which one is worse? As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Does this dude not an alcoholic? I think he is an alcoholic. Unless it is blood. Perhaps you can tell us a little more about him? No, I can't, because he's also a vampire. Okay, your apprentice. He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose.
Ah, like you are to Hurley then, Rena.
I don't remember taking apprenticeship with a great detective. No, I think I was Kazuma's apprentice. Can I? He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask. On Lord Strongheart's orders, nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity. Why? But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? Lord Strongheart's orders again. He is not one for meaningless follies. There will be a good reason for his actions. I hope you're right. Can I? Oh! What is this guy? That is very unsettling. Sir? Hi. Hello. Do not assassinate me, please. Hello. Hey. The task is complete. Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs. Hi. Hello there, sir. Hi. Who are you? Right? Is it? The only person I can think of that this is Sholmes. That is the only person. No, it has to be Sholmes. Strongheart is way too big. Like, Strongheart was like big, like shoulders. This guy's a bit thinner. I think it's Sholmes. And he also, Strongheart is kind of older. And the Japanese detective is a lot thinner. I feel like it's Sholmes. Like, hold on, I'll look. Like, I want to like look back and forth. I'm like, I think it's very possible. Hey, nice to meet you. Okay, bye. Back to work again. That was really strange, though. I've never met the man before. I didn't even know he existed, and yet somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. Ooh. Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Though Shong has strictly forbidden it. Oh, I see. I think it is Shomes. Because Shomes said he was doing something. Right? He didn't go with us today. And we don't know how long this dude has been his apprentice. It could have been much more of a recent thing in the past couple of months while Ryunosuke hasn't been able to go back to working in court. Very suspicious. Very suspicious indeed. Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway? Oh no, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to. The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture. It couldn't be. Oh, Ryunosuke's like, no, it couldn't be. It couldn't be. Or this is the biggest red herring ever. I think it has to be Shomes. Oh yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Oh, what's that? That Neapolitan man, is he faring well? Sorry? The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago. With the stoop, and the mustache, and the jitters. Oh, Mr. Natsumi, you mean?
I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Bruno.
He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day. I see. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it investigating the case. Yes, thank you for the advice and for the conversation. I can't believe he's asking after Saseki-san, after Nipponese. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried.
I never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? Turn up for the books.
Mad scientist? You mean Professor Harebrained? Yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zeeks, I think. That's true. I wanna look around, please. Look at that fine collection of hollowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there. My hollowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes of the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world.
And yet you throw them around in court like they were worthless.
Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and respectably wide of the marks. Oh! Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defy. So it's my fault? Silly me. How could I ever have thought otherwise? Well... Lord Van Zeek's desk. Look, it's so stylish.
And that's a marble chess set behind it.
Chess? That's the Western version of our Japanese shogi game, isn't it? You know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems.
Oh, really? You'd probably like chess problems in that case.
I'd love to challenge Lord Van Zeek sometime. To a bout of shogi problems.
If you only really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that on your own, at home.
Wait, well, we gotta look at the picture. The portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? Ooh, so fancy! It's a very majestic outfit and pose, but sadly, whoever painted it didn't do a very good job capturing Lord Van Zeek's facial features. Unless that's not Lord Van Zeek's, it could be a father.
Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not far off. The artist has exaggerated the subject's handsomeness, I think.
Oh, that reminds me. I heard Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him.
Oh, man, that's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it?
That portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious. Yeah, I was gonna say, it might just be somebody else. Oh, then who is it? Okay, thanks for the explanation. Super helpful.
Oh, it's a scale model of the Great Exhibition Showground.
That's very cool. What's going on with that guy? Huh. Interesting. That's amazing. Wonder why it's here.
Perhaps he needed to make his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person?
Or perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. I am right here! Surely it's obvious that I'm using it as an investigative aid. You Neapolitans have no business painting others so overly observant. I really didn't think he'd overhear that. He's right there. So I wonder who this person is. Ooh, is a mystery. There's fucking bats! Fucking bats! Oh, Jesus Christ! What? There were bats! Holy moly, that was a lot of bats!
Yes, the Reaper's familiar.
What about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was the familiar. Not just the plot line.
He must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper then.
I think the familiarity has more. Oh my god. Scares you out, you know? Oh my god, Mr. Reaper has a friend? No, it can't be. How horrifying. Oh, it's so funny. Look at all those ancient casts lining the wall here.
Caskets in the Reaper's chamber. Or are they caskets?
You don't think all those people who escaped conviction, core, lying inside them dead, do you? What ridiculous notions are you going through your head, man? This is my collection of fine pictures. Oh, yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up.
You know we're just musing to ourselves. No, that's Mr. Reaper.
I wouldn't invite yourselves to my office to talk nonsense within my earshot. Oh my god. Really looks like a punishment to me.
I've never seen someone sitting like that before.
He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. Do you think perhaps he's dead? Or is he asleep?
If he was dead, Rona, he wouldn't be sitting up, buddy.
Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's going to talk to us.
He's not dead.
Okay, well, we got this mystery person. So that might be our mysterious apprentice man here. Maybe. But I really think it might be Sholmes. That would be hilarious if it was Sholmes. Just saying. Alright, let's go to the prison again. Professor Hairbrain. Reaper's varsity years. I understand Lord Van Zeeks is a friend of yours from your university days? Yes, that's right. He was studying law while I was studying science. What was he like back then?
Oh, good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly. Oh, nice fellow, really.
No, we're talking about Lord Van Zeeks. Do you remember him? I don't know who you're talking about right now, because that's not Lord Van Zeeks. Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, Lord Von Zeeks. What was he like when he was at university?
Talk about a leading question, Reno. As I said, assuming an extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zieg's family, with all its great aristocratic origins.
Ooh. Ooh.
I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood.
Little darling?
It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. The rebirth of the family, no less.
Yes, that's right.
I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation.
Really? What's her event?
I'm sorry. I don't know anymore. I was in the country at the time. I was in Germany already.
Oh, yes, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him about that. Lord Van Zieks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. Well, he is. So he's gonna find out anyway. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying? You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your works. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's 2 squared is 4. I swear it. Yes, it's true that the man perished in a machine of my invention. So I know that I'm far from blameless in all this, but still, I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life. Centillion years. I'm a man of science, that's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know, I've always believed that all my life.
Pursuit of truth. I'm afraid I don't know much about science, or your theories, but I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of law, it's all I know. You have to believe me. Please!
When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, liege, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything.
Thank you for that, Professor.
And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court.
Alright, Rano. It's time! Time to visit the Great Exposition!
Sorry?
What? That's what happened, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last. Alright, finally under the exhibition. I'm excited to see. The Great Exhibition Grounds, foot of the Crystal Tower. Interesting. Ugh, the showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I've felt like swooning 3 times.
There are a lot of people, aren't there? I've been trodden on 3 times, too.
Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. We finally made it through the throngs through, by the look of it. Here we are, underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. What's going on? What's that? I can hear voices from on the stage. Sounds like an argument. I've had it with you this time. I warn you, I'll arrest you in a minute. Oh yeah? Come on, Spectre. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence, and you know it. There's Giddy. There she is. Wait, I know those voices. You've got a chill mouth on you, young lady. But a nice will teach you some manners. Just try it, I dare ya. If you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat. Did she finish her sentence? I guess so.
Yeah, Gexy, what are you doing up there?
I mean, it's been a couple months. And she's still a child. You here. You're here. You are. You here. Your ladyship. Oh, your ladyship. To hope you're well, your ladyship. Does that make her 3 times a lady?
Well, it's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue.
Unbelievable. I'll go and have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you. Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Not corrupt at all, yeah, totally. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, eh? There are limits, surely. Or there should be. Watch it, Sunshine! Sorry. What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case. Yes, I'm acting for the defense.
So we're here to investigate.
Situation, is it? Is it really that troubling?
That's a measly 5 bob. So you got? What you got? You're a lawyer, ain't ya? You could stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Nara Oda.
She took our money. What? Hey, this is my husband is spending money, that is.
You can have it back, and I'll have to charge you for all the bother though. 3 bob.
This is Gina Lestrade, pickpocket, or diver, born and bred in the East End of London. In the case that led to my own suspicion 6 months ago, suspension. This young girl I was defending in court.
What's your problem, Nate Odo? Diver, pickpocket? What's with all the name calling? You want a bag of chips rammed down your throat and all, do you?
I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you'd been up to your usual tricks here at the showground.
That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Oda. I've been here a long time. People can change. I'm the prince now. Learn to be a Scotland Yard detective.
Oh my god.
I love that.
That's so amazing. Is she an apprentice to Gregson? That's so adorable. That's so cute. Oh my god. I love it.
I love it.
I'm so happy. Oh my god.
So you'll have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now.
Oh. Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely. Inspector Bot isn't that good? No, that. What's worth anyway? Investigating's off the cards for all of us.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, alright? Right, sir. That's so cute. This raises a lot of questions. It's Jenny. Gina. It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina in connection with the case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped a lot of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder.
I'll time to think in prison. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. The diving weren't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Jenny. Well done.
So you went from being a pickpocket to a detective?
You got it. Good, ain't it? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, eh?
Talk about a sea change.
And then there's Iris's old man to think about.
Iris' father, you mean?
Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out the stops looking for him. Oh,
god! Oh my god, that's so sweet!
Gina!
I'm just gushing over here. I am just like, oh my god. I'm so happy. This makes me so happy. Oh my god, it's so adorable. Oh, I love this. Just a small promise, then nothing serious.
Oh, Jenny, you're so sweet.
So anyway, what? That's how I came to add and go at the test for Scotland Yard. The trouble is, I don't read so well, do I? Just a small problem, nothing serious.
And that's when Harry approached Gregsy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Jenny and made her a sort of apprentice.
That was very magnanimous of Inspector Grayson. Brave.
Well, you know Harley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants.
The great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words. So, the long and the short of it is, if you got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade. Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there?
Oh, what, Bruno, what?
Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty, and yet, here she is still. Yeah, she wasn't killed.
Come on, you're not on that so on about that, are you? The legend of the Reaper, whatever it's called?
Carly, you don't have to worry, Ada. If I didn't have to worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. Oh, what an amazing wordplay.
Like I told you before, innit? The Reaper's kind of like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside. Then I ain't really done nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong, maybe stretching a point.
What about Mr. Natsumi in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he?
Well, that's true. Perhaps Reaper is more discerning than I thought.
Exactly. So I ain't worried, I'm totally fine.
Okay, yesterday's incident.
God, it was out of this wood it was. The Brady bloke pulled a bunch of levers in his machine and suddenly it started blowing smoke. Then it just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment here yet.
Sorry?
You mean you saw it, didn't you? With your own eyes?
She's a witness? Oh shit.
Yeah, of course the boss was in charge, ain't he? Of keeping everything running smooth, I mean.
The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose? That's going to take some getting used to.
So, all I have to say is that I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want. Get this, I was up in one of our flat rooms when it happened, watching it from above. No, you're so lucky, Jenny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, Everest? You have no trouble. You have no trouble at all. Then it's settled. When I say, no, can't join Scotland Yard. We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this: if the machine exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success?
Oh, right. Well, it was a success in a way. It was? How can it have been? I'm assuming because it did blast the victim into the crystal tower, because there was like a hole over there. Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success. It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a little smoke and that whooping great bang. But where do you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the crystal tower over there. What? In the tower? You can see it for yourself, can't ya? Up there above the scaffold. Oh? Where all the glass are broken, you mean? Yeah, the gauge warp the victim got in to start with. really did get beamed through the air or whatever and landed all the way over there. So, you see, it did kind of work, didn't it? What? I don't believe it. I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right? With science? Oh, I tell you what, you can have this. It's a planned experiment they drew up at the yard. Are you sure? Yeah, go on. I had 3 pop off here before, so that's fair. Yes, I didn't actually give that to you. Did I? Oh, okay, interesting. I would like to look at it, please. Can I look at it real quick? Interesting. Okay. Interesting. About the investigation. Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. What's more than a wet? The skins is off the cards for all of us.
Yes, naughty old Gracie ran off after that without explaining himself.
Oh, right, that. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday.
Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant.
In that case, could you at least tell us what you learned from your investigations? Nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate it either. Why? Who did the boss call him again? The forensic investigation team, I think? Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene, but funny, innit? So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can investigate. Yes, I've never heard something like that before. I thought we could have a gander on the quiet, though, but the boss caught me at it. You probably heard him giving me an awful about it before from down here, didn't you? It's not bleeding fair. I think you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it. Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips what make him so stubborn. You say something to him, or would I go on, see if you can get through to him. He's up on the platform above us. Is he where the machine that exploded is?
We can try, can't we, Renal? Greggsy will listen to us.
Well, he'll listen to you, particularly. I would like to examine it, because it looks like there's things on the ground.
It looks as though somebody dropped something behind the tree just here.
Dropped or hid. What is this? Some part of the machine that exploded?
Maybe it could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps.
What's going on here? Oh, nothing? I think I'll hang on to this just in case. Oh, it looks kind of like a crossbow. Did somebody snipe the machine? Okay. No, that's not what I wanted to press. What's all this stuff? For some reason, the ground is damaged in this spot. Look. Almost as if there was a fire here or something.
Yes, if you look closer, there's some scattered ash and burnt ambers, too.
Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this would have been.
I'm not sure we knew each other quite that laid back, Bruno. Oh, look, what's this? A ripped piece of cloth.
It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. It's very thick and stiff, and looks extremely durable.
It's canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well.
Maybe that means it has something to do with the explosion.
Well, Jenny's medallion.
Okay. This looks like something to do with the hot air balloon. The Crystal Tower is certainly an apt name. It was built to be the focal point for the exhibition, and it definitely is, being so tall and with all that glass. I can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan.
There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum.
Ugh.
You have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors.
Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may have the biggest draw.
And thanks to that accident, the whole tower shut.
Suddenly it's not the crystal tower anymore, but the crystal glass shower. Crystal glass shower!
Apparently everyone's taking to the skies now to look down at on the disaster area from above instead.
But there's a 3 hour
To go up and be in blue now.
Wonders must be very patient people. Okay. This platform must have been set up for the experiment, I suppose. It's very high up.
About 30 feet above the ground, apparently. That's what a policeman I spoke to said.
I don't really understand feet very well. We don't use them in Japan.
Oh, yeah, sorry. It's about 9 meters. But then you'll have been in London a year, and it's time to get used to our measurements.
Yes, well, this thing is so tall, and the spectators at the front would just have seen a wall and nothing else.
They probably thought they'd secured the best spot to watch from, only to be disappointed.
There's a saying in Japan, the darkest spot is right under the lighthouse. I feel like it probably applies here. Okay. Anything else to look at? Oh, I can look up. Oh. That's where the cove ended up after his instant kinesis, or whatever they call it, dead of course. And yet they're calling the experiment a success?
What's the scaffold there for?
The coppers, or lads, set them up after the incident happened. To get the body down, I think. No, really. Didn't you help to erect the scaffolding then? Nah, lookout duty's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition, keeping a lookout for fun stuff. Mind Gregson doesn't hear you saying that, or he'll give you the boot. It's incredible though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? Something's definitely afoot here. Something isn't right. Okay. No, it's not right. I want to just like. No, okay, I guess. Do you know what you take a look at? Oh, where did it go? Oh.
Looking for this auto?
When did you do that? When have you got it for still, Mia? Oh, give that back. Give that back first, please. Okay, nothing. Okay, nope. So can I go up? Okay, here we go. Maybe. These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. Okay, there we go. Huh. The Great Exhibition Grounds Experimentation Stage. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up.
Oh, it must have been a magnificent explosion, and I've seen my fair share.
You've seen things like this before, you mean?
Of course, Charlie's always doing experiments and in a man. In his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry.
That might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs.
And Tiny, something that exploded with such force, it took the roof off the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Bruno.
It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof.
Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate.
Alright. Gregson. Oh look, Inspector Gregson's over there. He seems to be in deep thought about something. Well, setting up the machine carefully.
Really? He just looks confused to me.
Can I... Was it Gregson? Gregson? It ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it?
Magnificently and mercilessly.
Someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air?
Yes, beamed. Not blasted, that's the point.
Yes, that part's crucial, really. Isn't like that even possible though, Iris?
Oh, Bruno, I'm just a child. How should... Right now, I'm only 8. How am I supposed to know, even though I have a doctorate? And I make crazy inventions. How do I know?
Child, when it suits you, you mean?
From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull this lever here... Stop! Don't touch that! That was practically instantaneous kinesis. The way you flew over here just now, Rexy.
Please, old lady ship. I didn't mean to stop you, but I just can't let you touch anything up here.
Oh, sorry. You can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it.
Glug, glug, glug. Ah, wonderful. It's so pretty. It's wonderful. It's just like old times, it says. We're representing Professor Harebrain in court tomorrow, Inspector, so we should be allowed to examine the scene. This is it. I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. It's a blasted special dispensation for scientific equipment. Not to blame. Oh yeah, special dispensation. The professor mentioned that too. Well, red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government thinks it's playing at. That's not sometimes.
But we're allowed to just look, aren't we? Surely that's alright, isn't it, Gregsy?
Of course, your ladyship, anything you say, your ladyship, but please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you?
Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Bruno?
She really knows how to get what she wants. Okay, well, can we talk to you? I'm assuming once we're done doing the investigation part, we'll end for the night. I'm assuming we're getting close to the investigating, but I guess I hope so. Government policy. Using the high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body, and then beam him across to the Crystal Tower is an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public. It was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition, mind. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out things so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean? Government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the old spot of public safety information. They can be the first to develop some new technology, especially more powerful in the future, see? Yes, I suppose that's true in a way. So why was that? Be placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment.
What's our rights?
Making it so that any theories burns out remain their legal property, as it were. Right through developing it into a practical idea and even going into production. Which is the infuriating reason us coppers are allowed to touch the crime scene. Because no high fountain special disposition for scientific work is expected. I see now. Only people with position to investigate here are some brand new department at the yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, it's called. We've been regulated to keeping guard. Forensic Investigation Team. Any old fool can see that this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. But just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flaming thing with it.
Poor Gregsy. He's very head up, isn't he?
Okay, special disposition. Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here? You haven't me at its not me such. It's a special dispensation for scientific equipment.
Yes, I think I heard you mention that recently, with a real twinkle in his eye, as I remember.
I'm sure he did, your ladyship. I'm sure he did. That's especially for this great exhibition awards. All scientists have to do is present their ideas or mention to do some soup to the civil service, and it gets rubber stamps, and that's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality. What does that really mean? Think about it. Think about all of the world-changing new inventions on display every day at the exhibition. Although a good half of them are all a load of cobbers, if you ask me, performed by shammers like yourself. Thanks for that.
Oh, look how absurd some of these little inventions here are. It's so fun.
I'd be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. What do you imagine, eh? And science is what I say.
Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job.
You'd soon think otherwise after spending the day guarding all these shammers' bogus contraptions. But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point. Oh, well. There's a point, sadly. Sorry? Thanks to another of our government's priorities. If any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government turns out a research grant. The science get funding. Exactly. And that's what they're all after. All these shammers are coming from far and wide to plug up Page's Park. And who has to keep them all safe, eh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them as coppers, that's who. You can see why I say it now, can't you? And science, hang it.
Oh, maybe that's your point.
Professor Hairbrain. Apparently Professor Hairbrain lives and works in Germany now, conducting his research. That's right. Come back to Britain especially for the great exhibition, as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants. Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. About his time in further education. Turns out he was at university with someone we both know. Lord Van Zeeks. Said? That's news to me. But Van Zeeks managed the prosecution, and they accused the professor's fate has sealed? Because the Reaper will get him one way or the other? Blimey, that man's beyond me. I don't know what goes on in that head of his. Talking of Van Zeeks, Moon's paper ran the story of a male attack. Read that?
Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper's completely fine, nothing you worry about.
Yes, right. Land here. Still the Reaper. How long's that this is going to keep up, I wonder? The victim of this case, the investor, Mr. Ashman, he was another one of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard. Lord Van Zeeks is a top-class prosecutor. Anybody can always push the right verdict through. And I'm just as confident. Yes, I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it? Obviously, Scornio suspected Van Zeeks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters in his own hands as if he failed to seal the deal in court. Although the man himself denies that charge. Well, we've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached is that Lord Van Zeeks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I stake my reputation on it. But if that's true, how would you explain it? All those defendants couldn't just have coincidentally died if nobody killed them. I know that, but that's it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper. Professor Hairbrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Zeek was a totally different person, easygoing and kind. You what? He said that it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what that was? No clue. Really? Look, I've got my hands in full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and take a nuisance of yourself some elsewhere? Okay. Well, let's do some examining here. What? Nothing about the box? Okay. There are all sorts of strange buildings here in the Great Exhibition Grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time.
Oh, in your country right now. I do wish I could go and see it. I presented particularly stealing samurai with a present of one of her stories I've written especially. And see if I can get her into a gym against some Burtsu Master Ninjas.
You might not find as many of those sorts of people around as you think.
Oh, well, that's dull.
Oh, but I do know a prosecutor with a Shang Mage top knot I could introduce you to.
Chongming, really? Do you think I could have in my picture taken with him, do you?
Assuming he is recovered from the trim Cosmo gave him a year ago, yes. Well, what is that gigantic thing over there? Looks like an enormous water wheel. Oh god.
Sweet, there'll be people riding inside those little cannons, you see.
Why?
Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery.
Wait, it's turning? But it looks completely still.
Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One dimensional motion takes about half an hour.
If you were mad enough to go in one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think?
I feel so you might have just invented a new sort of ride there right now.
Okay. So, considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Hairbrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. Don't you anything, I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself. Yeah. I would that you think, I promise. Please spare thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims? Yes, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this heated scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. What we get on.
Because of the annoying rules, you mean?
The annoying obstructive lemon roots. Oh, look at that. Base of the machine there.
There's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh.
It's a screwdriver, I think.
The lovely one handle is in the shape of a capital letter A.
Is it? Oh yes, you're right. Anything, I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung on myself, I said. Yes, understand. Sorry, I only touched a teeny weeny bit.
But Banksy, I'm very curious about the screwdriver. Really, very, very curious.
Of course, the ladyship, you're so clever, your ladyship is fancy sporting something like this. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
I'm running that first.
Sure, I'll investigate it thoroughly. Okay, thanks. He's gone off with it.
That was very mean, I'm afraid. Speaking Gregson is gonna make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now.
Poor Gregsy. Oh, it's really funny. What? You done here, Mr. Naruto? Sorry? It's about time you were leaving. It is about time you were leaving. The law here now.
About what?
The forensic investigation team. They'll be giving me the evil minute.
Oh dear, poor Gregsy. Here, have another cup of my special blend to cheer you up.
Glug, 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 glug. It hits so spot. Yep, it hits every time. Well, At least I've seen the scene with my own eyes. Looks like this is as far as we're going to get with our investigations here, at least.
I'm thinking. How do you know something might be?
About what? About what happened to Lord Van Zeeks, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred when he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find his shows at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he?
Here, this is what you need.
Madame to Spells? What is this, some kind of entrance ticket? Madame to Spells. Is this supposed to mean something to me?
You know it? It's a popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We can go now if you like.
No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, as we have a big show tomorrow.
But that's where Hurley is.
What? At this popular London attraction?
Yes!
How is it that you know where he is?
Hurley told me, but he told me to keep it a secret from you, Runa.
Madame to Spells. Madame Tussauds? I don't see how it could be related to the case. We're investigating here, but then stranger things have happened, and when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. That's very true. Okay. Yep, Madame Tussauds, it's the waxwork! Wax Museum! 22nd of Doctors, Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxworks. What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes! But why are they all people so still? Guillotines, ruthless murders? I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight.
Oh, wax models! They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Bruno? Shocked?
What? Wax models? I read about dead bodies and wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn into wax, apparently. It's called a procure, or whatever.
Stop talking creepy things like that, Runa. You're scaring me. Anyway,
Procure, it's okay.
what now?
I just remembered something else I read in another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display.
Not of the exhibitions in here are real. They're entirely man-made replicas.
They can't be! Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them!
Oh!
There's no way anybody can make models of people that are this realistic. And don't scream some things! Wait a minute. Wait.
What is it?
Oh. No. I must be seeing things. No. Okay, but there's Sholmes. It's the great detective, Mr. Hubert Sholmes! This Sholmes has his own wax statue here? And here, really? No, that's him.
Well, he's world famous after all.
It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? Makes my skin crawl to look at it.
I know.
But
Gruna, you can't tell you just.
You can't get this. It just moved, I'm sure. Not just a little bit either.
Really?
Like, look closely. There are pieces of sweat out Somebody give him a tickle. Shall we move on to this? Over there. Look, there's a great murder scene to enjoy. Much more appealing. My dear fellows, I take exception to your recoiling in such a matter. You've seen something truly abhorrent. Mr. Sholmes! I knew it! What possessed you? I strictly forbid you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Norwood. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kick, which will not have exercised a little more to
But we have something he needs to ask you.
Question?
And I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So yeah.
Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. Your 2 minutes more being stationary like that, and my great brain upon which all of my success has been built would have turned to wax. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed, in many ways, the power of you to save the world from an unimaginable loss.
Oh, Hurley, we do like to talk nonsense, don't you?
He could know something, it's true, about Lord Van Zeeks and what happened in the past to change him. But yeah, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For your luck, I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of commerce. Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry. And if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating scene, if I'm not mistaken. Really? Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter about which you'd come to me now. But how could it be? We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow. But for now, I must return to my work. What? Back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit? Can I... What is this place? Damn it, Sholmes! Madame Tuspells came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Then she opened this little waxwork museum last year. It's enjoyed great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they? The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Tuspells family, they say. They earned renowned during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine. Ugh, that sounds grim. The gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions of the face of the condemned.
Apparently, the sculptures would make the models directly from the corpses right there at the site of the executions.
That really turns my stomach. That's one of several legends about the Tuspells family. Whether there's any truth in it, I can say. Anyway, the museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum is, by quite some margin, is the House of Horrors. House of Horrors. Of course, visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the great exhibition. But people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most violent criminals at their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants who portrayed here were sent to the gallows. So they even stiffer now than the models of them. Have you ever heard of poor taste? My dear fellows, the public live for poor taste. They are to be shot. So the hideous exhibits are here, and here are
portrayals of real events that actually took place.
Is it just me, or did temperature in here just seem to drop? Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. Okay, oh, he's back to being a waxwork, is he? Oh my gosh, this is going on way longer than I thought it would. Do I just end it here right now? Because I'm just like, I'm done. I'm kind of done. I'm kind of done. I'm like, I'm done. I'm tired. Oh gosh, I was hoping that after looking at the scene of where the experiment took place, that would be the end of it for investigating. But no, now we're at Madame Tussauds, which is very interesting. Turn of events. Scott, Scott, you there? Earth to Scott. Oh, shit. Well. Finds out Scott's power went out. Like an hour ago? Okay, well, yeah, Scott's power went out. Almost an hour ago, and I didn't really- he sent me a message on Discord, and I didn't notice. Whoopsie doodles. Whoopsies! I didn't notice. I'm gonna save it here. I wish I noticed that earlier. I would have stopped earlier. Whoopsies. Anyway, that's gonna be it for tonight then, I guess. For Scott. RIP for Scott in the chat where there's nobody there now. So alone. I'm all alone. Oh well. That's gonna be it for tonight. Thanks for hanging out and watching. I am excited to find out more. The story is so good. Oh my gosh. The whole situation with Gina, and she's an apprentice inspector. That's so adorable. I love it. I'm super excited to find out what's going on with Van Seeks. So good. So good. I'm enjoying this game so much. I can't wait. Thanks for hanging out. Join next time for more of the great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And good night and bye.